Hello, everybody. We're back with more idle chatter about idle champions. It is Monday. Today's going to be 9-jump Briv Day. 9-jump Briv Day. I should get the code in the bot before people start getting mad. There we go. Top Carrot Tops, thank you for the follow. Yeah. So we will level up my Briv, and then try to mess around with 9-jump today. Hello, Delku, Niscus, Lazier, Star Chaser, Henge Finchess, Judas, hello. My next focus after getting that, just trying to dial in like a good, efficient farm with it so that I don't want to have to 24/7 gem farm anymore. I just want to gem farm a little every now and then and have enough to have what I need. Yeah. So I mean that's really what that's going to do for me. Is not I'm not going to chase a higher number anytime soon. I mean maybe in a very, very long time from now. Who knows? But yeah. Did I pronounce it right? Nice. I got that going for me, which is good. True Viking, thank you for the follow. Yeah. I don't know. We're gonna do that today. I just have it kind of sitting here because I wanted to do the thing once we had some people here. We are back on the main account. I will probably open the other account at some point today. To do Nordum. I never did Nordum's variants. I unlocked him. I'll probably do that in the picture-in-picture later. You can gem farm if you want to. You can leave your friends behind. If you don't gem farm, then you're no friend of mine. Wait, no, that's not true. Hey, Sergeant. Hey, Shevik. Jones of Blues, thank you for the follow. Let's just go back to everyone. So this was the old gem farm. This was 1100 in Everlasting Rhyme. I can tell you this, folks. I'm not making an Everlasting Rhyme gem farm again. 9200 gems. Yeah, because I just turned it off. I didn't do anything with it. Briv currently sitting at 127,246 item levels. We need 127,626 to get him to 9-jump. So I want to basically try to get it there. True Viking, new player here. What is jump farming? Gem farming. Sorry, I'm not speaking clearly. I need to enunciate my syllables. Gem farming. Although I guess you could call it jump farming. When it's Briv gem farming. Basically, gem farming is a way to earn. At a certain point in the game, you've done all the base adventures and the base variants, and the only way to earn gems, to earn more gems, like lots more gems, is to put a speed team together and farm them somewhere quickly. And at a certain point, you can, when you develop your Briv, you can earn far more doing Briv gem farming than you could anything else. So like a 4-jump, just a basic, a well-tuned, not an amazingly tuned, but a well-tuned 4-jump Briv. 4-jump can get you 1 million gems a day if you're farming 24 hours a day with 10x speed from potions. And 9-jump goes well beyond that. Like 9-jump is the next major break point. I did a 7 for a while. 7 got me to like 1.5. Again, I wasn't like the most optimized. 8 didn't get up too much more than that. But it did improve. Maybe I could have found a better place. I don't know. And now I'm gonna hit 9. I'm gonna hit 9. So we can do Brivs on National Haze. We'll always skip the guarantee number with no chance additional skip. What we'd be getting rid of that. And it's going to be going to this one. Caps Briv's Unnatural Haste at 100% chance to skip 9 areas. Now, these feats you have to have an item level higher than what would get you to the number. It doesn't take you. So. Hey, Sargoto. Yeah, Shevik, yeah. Yesterday's race was interesting. I mean, good on the teams that did good team play. I think Racing Bulls could have done a better job. I think they could have done a better job, but hey, them and Williams did what they had to do. But that was not the most enjoying race in the world to watch. Yeah. Am I moving to Roots of Loomlurch? Well, I'm not sure if I want to go to Roots of Loomlurch or like back to Sword Coast. I guess that's something that has to be tested. Can you explain what Briv does exactly? So Briv has an ability called Unnatural Haste. It has a chance of sprinting forward quickly on steel springs after completing a new area. The action consumes a % of his sprint stacks, requires a certain number to occur, and you earn those by resetting an adventure with lots of steel bone stacks. And the amount that he jumps is based on like your gear and your itemization. So it starts off with just a chance, like a less than 100% chance to skip one area. And then when you can get the item levels up to the point where it's 100% chance to skip one area, then it rolls into another chance, a low chance to skip 2. Right? And so you can keep scaling up his ability indefinitely because they never put a cap on it. Getting this high is ridiculous. This is a ridiculous amount of item levels for a champion. Yeah. But you can you can keep going. I have a table in my guide to Briv over on the subreddit that has all of the kind of the jump values and the respective item levels. You can see what kind of absolute mess you're trying to get into when you do this. Yeah. Max could have won. I don't know. I don't agree with that at all. I think the only way we'd have won that would have been with a red flag. And honestly, I have a rule suggestion for the FIA that would resolve a lot of that issue. Honestly, I think they should just say under a red flag, you're free to change your tires, but that doesn't count towards your required tire change. And I think that fixes a lot of those issues. Dajima, sorry folks, it's Monday. You're gonna get Sunday. You're gonna get some general Formula One recap because that happened yesterday. Dajima, new player, just opened my second team slot. Nice. What videos would you recommend me watching at this point? Ooh, I don't really know where you are overall in progress. So what I would recommend is you read the link that JDog triggered from the bot, which is the new player reference, to see where you are in that. In that kind of flow chart, like that. Well, it's not flow chart, but it's like there's a progression. Figure out where you are there. And then you can look up things that reference. If you want to watch a video, you can look up a video that reference whatever the next stage is. Yeah. Hey, Gartoffelin. Safety car? No, a safety car wouldn't have won it for him. Absolutely not. I don't believe that. Everybody was too close. He would have pit under the safety car and people would have he would have fallen back. Yeah, Monaco really just comes down to qualifying. It's unfortunate. Because of how big the cars are now. Can't get past Valendra to unlock Dragon Bait. I've got a guide for that in Nifty Games. I do. I have a guide to Dragon Bait, and it's got tips on that at the bottom. So I read through it because there's a lot of things you got to kind of like checkbox things you got to check off to make sure you're doing stuff. I did say Formula One. All right, we got an ad break coming in. I'm gonna start fiddling with contracts. Fiddling with contracts to get Briv. What do we get if we get 5? 10. Can we do 50 and not? I kind of don't want to waste contracts. Okay, okay. This is fine. Ooh, that got close. Ooh, 621. All right. So the target number here is your subscriber-based content. 127,626. I kind of just want to hit it because this feels like an overinvestment in Briv, and I don't really want to go over. Ooh, ooh. We will wait to come back from the ad break to get that last one. Just because. Just because. Every day. Feel your ears. All right. One's the key in the upper left corner of the keyboard. No, that's escape. But that was good. But that was, that was good. All right, we're back. I got us within 1. So the target goal here for 9 jump is 127,626. So I just want to do that while everybody was here. Hey, I'm a 9 jump now. I'm a 9 jump now, folks. Whee! Stars in chat. Gold stars in chat. Everybody that follows the channel has access to gold stars in chat. Yeah, 100% chance to skip 9 areas. Whee! I'm a big kid now. I'm a big kid now. Woo! All right. Ugh. I'm still not sure if I should have done this. I still have thoughts on the whole process. I honestly feel like 4 jump is more than enough for you to play this game just fine with. 9 is a little ridiculous. Okay. It's Monday, so it's Modron Chess Disappointment Day on this account. Let's get disappointed with some Modron Chess. All right. It'll just burn these off. And then, I don't need these on this account. All right. Nope. 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 And nope. Yep. I knew it was disappointment day. Called it. Called it. Come to the bigger leagues. Ridiculous. All right. So, with Briv jumping, there's some places you could go. Like Vecna Lives was a place we did with Undead and using Neris as a break. I was just doing Everlasting Rhyme, and that's with Zaka as a break. These are terms that, I mean, they were required parts of gem farms before, but people are telling me now they're not. But people are saying you don't even need breaks anymore. Where we're going, we don't need breaks, which, I mean, to tie this all together, we saw what happens when you lose your brakes in F1 yesterday, and it wasn't a little problematic. So yeah. Also, we used to go long. Like I was at 11:01, and it used to be thought the longer you went, the more efficient your farm was. But now people are going short. Short is in style. Yeah. So, the other place, I guess what people have been doing is they've just been ignoring all of that and coming here which the Roots of Loomlurch is the best non-Briv gem farming free play that we're aware of currently. Yeah. Simply because it has what are called quick transitions, and it has a lot of them. Something like 44 out of 50 areas are quick transitions. And a quick transition basically is a term that's been used to describe when you complete the quest at the top right, instead of the enemy, your champions running off the right side of the screen, and then you get the black screen wipe, and then they run in from the left side and park in place, and then you start again. They stand in place, and you just get the screen wipe. I was talking about regular gem farming, J-Dog, but thanks for not listening, I guess. So people come here to do non-Briv gem farms because this is the quickest place you can get because of those screen wipes, like just the quick transitions, right? So even if you're never going to touch Briv gem farming, I know some people start off at like Mad Wizard because you don't need 10 champions, you only need 9. So if you're short on familiars, you can make something functional there. But then usually you get a developed speed team, you come here. Then this is the fastest. Briv throws everything off. Briv changes everything. Someone remind me in a couple hours. I have another code for today. Because we didn't stream Idle Champions last Thursday, but I had a code for Thursday, so got a code that needs to be used before it expires. Let me see. Hold on, where? Let me make sure I have it opened up for later. Oh, there it is. Okay. Huh. Okay. Yeah, we'll give that in a couple hours. So I have to figure out. Briv changes everything, so I got to figure out how to do this. My Briv gem farm is only using 9 champs. I've had a Briv gem farm only use like 6 champs. Like the number in a Briv gem farm isn't as important as the efficiency. Lolo Zulo, really appreciate all the guides and information you helped put out. You're welcome. I know you mentioned holding on to Electrum chests to help get up new champions. Yes. Is there any reason to hold on to gold or silver chests? No. Like the regular gold and silvers, like you get like these. No, you just open them. Nope. Yeah, and even when you're close to your next evergreen unlock, you're gonna loot lots of regular silvers, and you should be generating lots of gems to buy the golds to gear them up. So you don't have to sit on these ever. I mean, there's an argument like when you're brand new, you just start your account. I only ever open these until I'm greener or better on all my cores and whatever evergreens I've opened, and I stockpile these, and then I open these later. But that's just me being hyper efficient, and that isn't a thing that you have to do. Yeah. But you know, you're going to get tons of them. And you should be, you know, generating gems to be able to buy some. So it shouldn't really ever be an issue. For Wednesday, should you submit your formation to Sean to unlock Win? No, I'm going to do it. Wednesday, folks. Wednesday, the event is going to end, so make sure you get your event stuff done before Wednesday. And spend your rested gears, which I still need to do. But Wednesday, we get the Vecna Eve of Ruin Part 9 is going to drop, and we're going to get a new Evergreen champion. Their name is Windfall. If you've been up here doing, I haven't even done everything. I don't even think I'm going to have to knock some of this out because I don't think we've done everything. If you are fully caught up, you will have seen Windfall in like the conversation. If you're watching the conversation stuff, she's part of the storyline. And she arrives to unlock. So we will be doing that variant live on Wednesday. And then Saturday, I'll be doing a tutorial show where I will do that variant again live. Because I'll have Sean go into the back end and reset it. So Wednesday will be learning the variant and learning. It's going to be me just diving in and learning it from scratch and trying to come up with a way to explain to people, you know, how to do it, so I can make a guide for that. That's going to be Wednesday, right? I've been putting this off. Okay. All right. Let's just load in. No, get out. That's what I was worried about. All right. Auto progress off. Familiars. Okay. This will be like a setup situation, not an actual run, but obviously we're going to want Briv. Wow. Okay. Now this is going to be unusual to me. This is going to feel weird to me. Yeah. I'm going to turn off the new don't convert. Oh. I saw posts about this. At the bottom on general? Oh. Convert event tokens at end of event. So this does not, they're added a setting to disable automatic conversion of event tokens to chests when an event ends. So that's what they're referring to, everybody, just to be clear. Because this is the most poorly worded thing I've ever seen. It should say convert event tokens to chests at end of event. To chests. To chests. Not two chests. Convert tokens to chests. Why does it need those two words? Because otherwise it's converting rusted gears into generic event tokens. It's still converting tokens. Just converting them into something else. So if you feel like you've got a bunch of tokens, but you have the gear you want for a champion, then you can just unclick this and it'll never auto buy chests for you. But I want to be very clear. This is a choice you make because honestly, the auto buying of chests was a fantastic thing that they put in because a lot of people when they start this game don't understand what you do with event token, and then they didn't get screwed out of gear for champion. But at a certain point you might not want it to do that anymore, and so then you can come in here and uncheck. Totally fine with that. Creator code? Yeah, I have a creator code. Or were you wondering what that is? The Epic Games Store has a wonderful thing called a creator system, where basically if you create content online for you know, any video game. And you meet certain qualifications with numbers and whatnot, because there's always numbers involved, that you can become one of their creators, and they give you a code. Mine is my name, Garwar, right up there. Right up just to the left of the picture-in-picture, right? EGS creator code, Garwar. And when you buy something on the Epic Game Store, like from the store itself, there's a little box that says creator code, and you just type my name in there, and then I get I get like 5%, I think, or something like that. I don't know. It's like, I think depending on the game, it could be like 5 to 15%. You don't pay any extra. It doesn't come from the studio's cut. It comes from Epic's cut, because they want to encourage content creation, because content creation helps people enjoy games and thus buy games. So yeah, it's a cool thing they do. But they're the only person. They're the only They're the only like platform I know of that does anything like that. You mentioned no item accounts. We've talked about like Vow of Poverty or gearless accounts before, sure. Those accounts, like, that is just a personal challenge you like commit to. It's basically like super hard mode for idle champions. And yes, it doesn't mean no opening chests. Now, different people will treat it different ways. The original Vow of Poverty was no opening any kind of chest ever. And I believe it may have even had other things like no using any kind of consumables or something. Like it was Mars's challenge. You can probably Google it still on Reddit and probably find it. But since then, people have just taken gearless to mean no opening chests that have gear in them, and that you can use everything else. So as long as no gear, down here, lands on a champion, you're good. But people will still open Modron chests. They'll still open supply chests. Because those don't, Bahamut chests, those don't have gear in them. Well, I don't even know that you wouldn't even do Trials of Mount Tiamat, so that's silly. But they still, they still get their Modron core. They still get potions and stuff. They just don't actually open any chests. Yeah. I did it once a very long time ago. Probably year 2 or something like that. And it definitely proves that you can play this game and that you don't have to spend money on it at all. It is a fully free-to-play game, because you can still complete all the content. It's just slower. And it is a different game. When we talk about, like, the game is different for different players, like, it is starkly different in 3 different ways. Like, one is if you ever do gearless, the game becomes a vastly different game because all the champions function a little differently. Like, some of them scale really well without gear. Harlock. Some of them are garbage without gear. Artemis. So you've got to kind of relearn who is strong and who isn't when you're playing gearless. And then there's the normal game that everybody plays, or that most people play at some point. And then there's like the people that have a 9-jump Briv and thousands of item levels, average item levels, and all their champions. That's a vastly different game too. That is a whole other game, because then you're really dealing with extreme item level scaling. Pre-stack abilities are really then become all that, like, really all that matters, because they're just so strong. And I mean, you'll have some others, but okay. So here's what I need to figure out. Briv is going to need the 9. I got him there perfectly, but we're going to lock this in. You know what? We're going to pull any other feats out to start. We're just going to start with I'm just going to save that. So here's the thing. Man, this feels really weird. So this is Coralon's favor, right? 190. I got E92 favor here. Yeah. There's a couple things you have to take into account. One of the other champions that you're most likely getting used, I'm not going to put her in, is the Laura. For her rush effect. Yeah. Build this for Tall Tales. Why? At 9 jump, what's the difference? Here's my question. Faster in the same campaign. All right. So here's what I needed to do. Here's what I was doing earlier. I was pulling up adventure. Pulling up a pathing tool. Okay. Briv skips 9. Let me see if I can. I know I can pull this up. On stream. Boom. This is over on Bite Glow. I don't use any of the features where I upload my game data to websites, but I do look at like their Briv jump calculator and also this pathing tool, which is neat. So one of the things it does, like Briv mode, it's what I have on. You punch in the number of skips, the start area, because scripters do different things. And I've got the adventure chosen as currently as Roots of Loomlarch. And then what it does is it shows you your path. Like, so you'll start on area 1, you're going to end up at area 11, 21. This is what a 9 jump gets you. You're jumping, basically, you're completing one area, jumping 9. So you're progressing in 10, right? And it shows you like where your loop would end and you would cycle. So this is a super straightforward 50 area cycle. 8 jump was not like this. 8 jump was like a 300 area cycle. It was rough. So 9 jump is really super straightforward, right? We know we're going 50 area. Now, this path, it tells you path stats over here, right? This path has 0 quick transitions. This is why J-Dog is saying you should go somewhere else. So you can use this tool to check all the uploaded adventures and see like what are good places to go. Where's Lediath when you need them? Man, I miss Lediath's conversations so much and watching their streams. Yeah. But I don't even know if Lediath's been keeping up with this stuff. All right. So if we go, I'm just gonna go look at Tall Tales. So Tall Tales, we just switch. Everything stays the same. It's 50. It's a 50 area cycle. The difference is you get 3 out of 5 quick transitions. There's only 5 apparently available in the entire adventure, and you get 3 of them. Okay. I'm assuming people have just gone through and tested like everything everywhere. But I hate making assumptions, right? So, Mad Wizard, Beast Intentions, no, Terror in the Dark, Unearth Evil. So I'm basically just trying to watch. You know what I'll do? I am looking right here. And we just want to see. Pops into his Discord monthly or so. Yeah. I will go hop in and tell him I hit 9 jump. We're just looking to see if anything ever pops up, and I doubt it will. I mean, people have Other people have done this, but you know. Oh, dang it. And then that box. All right. So we're gonna do maybe that'll stay big enough. Tower on the lake. Well, there's one. Seed. Other things you're looking for is, like what kind of enemies you might look for that are on these. Because they're on that, because we're jumping 10 at a time, we don't have to worry about bosses at all. We've seen some things historically with some minor issues that pop up every now and then with ranged enemies. So that's something to look for and just be aware of. Doesn't mean you don't do that. It just means, you might run into that issue. It felt like for me, it felt like a rare issue, but for some people, they were running into it all the time. Wait, now it changed to all right, I'm gonna undo that box because that box is just not working. Because the list is changing constantly. The list is changing constantly. But you know roughly where I'm looking now. 1 out of 5. There's lots of 1 out of 5s. You get those quick transitions if Thalora rushes you to different start. I'm just trying to see, like, if I don't use Thalora, what am I? I'm looking at basic stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Because I want to see, I kind of want to see what, if I just use Briv and I just use some basic speed champions, where do I end up? Because Thalora adds another complication to it, and I want to understand kind of pathing. I'm also seeing like how many quick transitions are in places in some of these, and I don't know. I guess I probably just should try to factor in Thalora. What do the arrows do to the right of the drop down? Oh. Next adventure. I never pay attention. I don't pay attention to UIs. Come on. When do we get a Saturday tutorial on 9-Jump Briv? Never. Probably. Then I say that, then I'm like, probably. Have I ever done a Briv tutorial? I actually don't remember. All right, I guess that we kind of do need to start over. So, Thalora. Thalora has an passive ability called Plateaus of Unicorn Run. So it's a passive. That means there's no gear. There is a feat, interestingly enough. Let's remove the feat. Thalora gains a rush stack for every 10 areas she completes in an adventure, and these stacks persist through resets. Thalora's rush target is equal to her number of rush stacks or the current campaign's favor exponent. That's the number after the E. Whichever's smaller. So when it comes to using Thalora in a gem farm, you slot the feat because it lowers the number to every 5 areas. And then you're always maxing out. You're always getting plenty of stacks. So your rush target is always the current campaign's favor exponent. And then the moment she would have attacked and killed something on an area, which means you can use familiars, she spends all of her stacks and skips to the first area past her rush target. There's some weirdness involving Briv here as well. We have to account for, which we will. Will we? Yeah, we will. And, it says she gathers all the rewards, including gold from bosses skipped in this fashion. So she is gem farm friendly. She is gem farm friendly. And we have an ad break. So notice I'll answer your question after the ad break. While I ponder. Are you pondering what I'm pondering? Hmm. That is not a script. That is not a script. To be clear, I don't script. All right, we're back. Love Lost. We were talking about Thelora right here. And that is not a script. That is a pathing tool. You don't. I'm sure people use it to figure out their scripts, but it's also just a generic. It's a generic tool you can use to figure out your Briv pathing, even unscripted. So, so what I have to look at here is, because she's gonna skip to the area after the favor exponent. The current favor I have in Coralons, if I were to do it there, is E92, which should put me at E93. But I don't think it. This is the weird thing. Usually, if you have your like I had my orals favor at E112, and it was skipping me to 112, basically. But I don't think it works. I don't think it works the way they explain it. I don't think it works the way they explain it. If I'm being honest. So I think currently, because with Briv, when you're interacting with Briv, I don't think it works the way they explain it. So I think what's going to happen is E92 is going to run us to 92. And what we're going to do is I'm going to add Thelora in, and we're going to find out. Nope, it took us to 93. She's so frustrating. I think it's because my Briv isn't leveled up. I think if he had jumped, it would have taken us 92. Folks. I'm so tired. I wish things worked the way they were described. Yeah, but I didn't. Funky parents. Yeah, I do the extra, like, well, there's a start area number. So you change the start area to the one that correlates. I believe that's how I use it. Well, it isn't consistent on the upgrade but I just wish they would fix this issue. I know it is super specific to a Briv to lore combination, but it's still a bug that makes the game frustrating, right? The issue is if you don't have Briv leveled up to his jump, you follow the rules. You do what it says. You go to the favor exponent +1. But if you do have Briv leveled up to his jump, you go to the favor exponent plus whatever Briv's jump number is, basically. Which is unenjoyable. Okay, sorry, I had a question back here. I'm at Tale of Two Champions, notice I said. What two champions works best together for this one? That's not how you do that. I can only use two champions, I'm aware. But that's not how you do that variant. You're not meant to actually complete it with your bud, like by putting a two champion formation in that can do damage. And I know that might seem weird, but welcome to Idle Champions. That variants are puzzles, and you got to figure out how to solve them, and that isn't how you solve that one. So the way you solve that one is through click killing, like not fire breaths, just click damage. And so there's two ways to achieve that. You can either farm a bunch of favor in that campaign, so you can just click your way all the way through just from leveling up click damage over here at the bottom left. Or you can do a strategy of utilizing different pairs of champions to get you there. So I'm going to explain that one because the other one's pretty straightforward, just having lots of favor. If you can level up your click damage to the area goal that you're going to, by the time you get there, then you'll complete it, right? That's how that works. And you can use any two champions for that. But otherwise, what you want to do is, well, you still have to do that, but you can utilize pairs of champions to help you do that, and actually to lower that area goal. And so what you do is you start with your two biggest gold find boosters. And by gold find boosters, I'm talking like this number up here. There's some combination of this number or gold on kill. So you can use like, I think back in the day, the combo I used was Jarlaxle and Crawl. But you can also do like, nowadays you could use like, well, Mehen ain't going to work because you can't really get a lot of stacks. Eric plus, I don't know, somebody that has a lot of gold find. Like basically you're trying to get a massive amount of gold find early on so that you can level up your click damage as far as you possibly can. Makos and Nox, if you have those, then it's going to work for a little bit. Here's the thing, you're supposed to be killing with clicks, and Makos Nox doesn't enable click kills, right? Makos Nox is you killing with Makos and Nox, like with Makos. So it's not going to do what you want it to do. I mean, eventually it'll do what you want it to do for a small window, but until then, it's weird. I wouldn't really do Makos and Nox. It feels weird, but you can do whatever you want. But really just because again, the idea is you're not killing with, like, if these were the two champions, you're not killing with these. You're leveling this up and you're clicking through everything, right? However far it's going to let you go. Which here it would be 487 areas just from here, but it could go further as you keep going, right? Again, Krull is a beast for that. For two reasons. One, the gold. stacking gold. And then 2, it comes in handy for the second phase. So at a certain point, you're not going to be able to click kill anymore. And you're going to need a tank because the enemies will be running into you and you'll be dying. And well, Eric isn't going to. Well, Eric might help for a little bit, but eventually Eric won't help because Eric's a wet paper bag when it comes to tanking. So then you want to put in a tank that is either also like also a strong gold find or a strong debuffer. And that's because when you start debuffing enemies, they need less click damage to die with certain debuffs. There are some debuffs that debuff all incoming damage. Certain champions have an all incoming damage debuff, like Grama. And when you use them as your tank and you keep another strong gold find in and you keep pushing until you can't kill anymore. And then you swap that gold find person out for another strong debuffer. And ultimately you want whatever your strongest non-tank debuffer is. So you'll end up with a strong tank debuffer and a strong non-tank debuffer. And then you don't need as much gold to click your way through to the finish. Obviously, it should go without saying that gold find potions are your friends. Potentially also health potions. If you're really on the edge, you don't have to use those early. That can be like the last part. But it's that strategy of using the champions to generate gold and or debuff the enemies so that you can take your click damage as far as possible that gets you through Tale of Two Champions. I have a guide for that in the works. Well, it's supposed to be in the works. We have the video for it done. I think it's up on my YouTube under the free-to-play playthrough, but I wouldn't even know where it is. Well, there's a video. I mean, if you look on my free-to-play playlist and you look for Tale of Two Champions, we did it, and I you know snipped it down, and you can watch the playthrough. Yeah. Rara says, I'm finishing up my speed team. Have Deacon and Lae'zel right now. I'm going to open a time gate. Should I get Whittle or Thalora next? Diana. You should get Diana. Or Eliwick. I don't know who, yeah. I mean, you say you're finishing it up, but then you only say you have only Deacon and Lae'zel. So I feel like you need Diana, but what you really, as a speed champion, but what you really need is Eliwick for the gems. Because speed is, in a lot of ways, it's there to chase more gems, right? Jules, thank you for 4 months. Appreciate it. And hello. Also, I missed some follows earlier. Wow. Dragonzard and Jones Blue and True Viking. I think I missed all of your follows earlier. My bad. I'm very distracted today. So yeah, like, I mean, sure, you want to obviously progress quickly, but you said you have Deacon and Lae'zel, and then you list 2 champions that swap with Deacon and Lae'zel, so it was a very confusing question for me. I'm not exactly sure what you're doing or where your progress is. We're still looking for Trials Day 7 restriction screenshots. I think CNE might be. You need to submit it. If you have it, you need to submit a ticket and explain what happened. Yeah, you have the day 6 and 7. Yeah, submit a ticket and send it to them and explain that it's still broken. Trying to unlock my first patron, but I don't have enough time gate keys, so I get them randomly as drop. Yes, time gate pieces are. It's not randomly. It's once every 5 days. Like, there's a timer. Once you loot one, there's a timer that locks in, and you can't loot another one for 5 days. But then it is a random percent. It's a percent chance drop. I don't like the term random for it because it is a percentage chance drop. But every time you kill a boss and you don't get it, the percentage chance goes up until you're guaranteed to get it. So it's basically guaranteed off bosses every 5 days. There's a blessing in Tomb of Annihilation that people usually try to rush towards. It's the tier 5 global that gives you an extra one every time one drops off a boss. Okay, so back to Briv. Yeah, again, it is my understanding that this is really messed up. So, so she jumps to the right place, rushes, excuse me, to the right place if Briv is not leveled up, but if he is leveled up, then we fall one short. So I feel like currently we would end on the 2s and not the 3s. If Briv were, and Briv would be, you unlock this, and that, if this is unlocked to X100, Briv levels up to his jump quick enough to have the bad interaction. If there's any devs watching, please, for the love of Moradin, fix this. So that I don't have to unlock and I can have it here like a normal person. Yeah. So if I'm looking at the pathing page, let me bring that back up again. It's my understanding, again, this trial, it's been a while since I used this, that basically start area 1 is normal, but if you have Thalora, then if your exponent ends in a 1, you go to 2. Without Briv, like if Briv isn't triggering, it's in a 2. Basically, you're adding whatever it is, but it should stay. If you, yeah, I mean, it should go to 2, 3, 4, and 5 based off your exponent, but it doesn't with Briv. You basically have to figure out, like, what did we jump to? We jumped to 93. We rushed. God, I use the right term. Basically rushed to 93. And so the way you would figure this is you would adjust until you see what would be 93, which would be 43, show up in the loop. Yeah. So you basically try to find your landing zone, like from the rush in the loop, which with Briv on this would be inconsistently changing areas. And now I've got to build up rush stacks. Get back there. So that we can test it again. Welcome to the joy of figuring out your Briv, folks. You have 144 and follow the 4 start zone when they jump together. So when you have it unlocked. Always be alley-wicking. This would be like a normal gem farm. A more normal gem farm. Shouldn't say normal. Yeah, when you have it unlocked like that, it's consistent. It's when it's the double up arrows that it's inconsistent. Okay, so we're just gonna. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna look at. Roots of Limb Lurch. Yeah. So quick transitions, none if we're landing there. We get 1 out of 6 if we land on a 2. 2 out of 7 if we land on a 3. 3 out of 8 if we land on a 4. 4 out of 9 if we land on a 5. Why would we land on a... We don't want that at all, because that's landing on bosses, folks. So there is a 3 out of 8 path in Roots of Limb Lurch. Oh, are you kidding me? So it's these 3? No, never mind. Yeah, I see that now, J-Dog. That's frustrating. Okay. I don't understand how a place with so many quick transitions has you completely skip all of them. All right. I don't understand why the denominator changes when changing the start area. I mean, I don't understand how, I guess I don't understand how you're using the term denominator. If I'm being honest. And the quick transitions. Oh, down here? Because it's looking for the number of total potential quick transitions that are available. But yeah, I don't understand. I don't necessarily understand why it's showing out of 5. I absolutely don't understand that either. I'm only paying attention to the 3, to be honest. That's the only thing that makes sense, so that's all I'm paying attention to. But yeah, I get you. Okay, now I understand. I absolutely had mentally ignored this part because it was pointless to me. Loop, it still makes no sense to me. The people that make these tools, I mean, it's an interesting tool, but I mean, where's the explanation? Right? So it's like, it's, you know, when you make a tool but there's no explanation, you create a barrier of entry that is problematic, right? If you want your tool to be used, you gotta explain it, and you gotta figure out a way to explain it. Otherwise you're just being like, well, if you can't use it, that's your problem. And that's a path. That's a thing you can do. Absolutely. That is a choice you can make. Yeah. All right, so if I do what J-Dog says, which that's a phrase I never thought I'd say, then I come over here. It'll be starting most likely in area 2, which we can ignore this first zone. Like, so we're actually only getting 3 and not 4. Yeah, because we land on these others. Well, no. Yeah. You'd be getting this one, and this one, but not this one. Because what we're actually doing is we're starting down here, basically on a function of 42. And then as it loops, you never get this top one. You only get these 3. Otherwise, what? 1, 2. No. So I'm actually at a decent. I'm at a decent number that's going to get me 3 skips with my favor as is. If it works right. I never trust it. I never trust it. This would be 2. 1, 2. That's 2 as well. So yeah. So yeah, I think I'm fine. If I were to do tall tales. What I'll have to do, and well, once I get enough, where's my stacks at? We're only 80. We need to get 92. So once we have, I mean, we will test it, and I'll have to sit down and start and go through like every free play in the game and see if there's something that gets me more than 3. That's it. But man, that feels like making the Briv guide. I don't want to make the Briv guide yet. I don't want to make the Briv, but I need the information just for myself. All right, let's get rid of this. All right, we just need this to get to 90, 92. And then we can test it. Yeah, scripting lets you do all kinds of things, and I don't bother getting into figuring that out. Not a way I want to play the game. And there we go. There's 92. All right. Tall Tales is out here. Yes. Okay. So Tall Tales. If we throw in Briv. And Thalora. Out, let's see, and then we moved. Well, yeah. So we got to 102. So it worked. It worked appropriately. Okay. So with it, well, that wasn't unlocked, but he was leveled up. Okay. We just get lucky? I don't know. We're going to have to test consistency. So let's lock in this. Unlock that in over here. Okay. Then I want to add other champions that I know are going to be in this, which is Alleywick. There's always be Alleywicking, right? We know this. I'm gonna strip out feats to make them as base as possible for starting. We do want these two, so we want Gems and Asteria's Love. Gems and Asteria's Love. Okay. Of who's anti-tank feat? I don't know. I could if I had 50,000 gems. They make it so difficult when you're end game to buy all the feats. There isn't just some, like, you have to literally go through 149 champions by hand to figure out if you're there or not. Why are the two carefully balanced feats separated by intelligence? I can't remember if I need 40 or 80. We'll throw in 80. I think I only need one of them. And then we want the path is clear. We will put them up there for now. This doesn't matter. That buff's never going to activate. Oh, he might. Well, release date shouldn't matter. It should be. They should just combine the types. The types should be next to each other. All right. So, like, this would be a minimalist, super minimalist 9-jump Briv. Yeah, I don't know that I would stick to this. Well, Maxi, people are saying they don't use brakes at all now, and it's brake, but like a car. People are saying they don't use brakes at all, so I was going to try without a brake. Yeah, the brakes are gone. We've cut the brakes. I'm just, before I even get to that, I'm trying to figure out what are the minimum champions I want, like, that feels efficient to me. You know, right now with 3 adjacent and a capped human, I'm at what? 6. We're at a 5. We're at a 5 kill clear. Yeah, I don't have anything clicking
Job's
yet.
done.
Either, no. Job isn't done yet. Notice. Job isn't done yet. I don't have anything clicking because people have been saying that it's easier to balance now with fire breath potions. And I told myself I was going to try to wrap my head around that concept when we got here. Didn't know what I was clicking. Yeah, it happens. Yeah. Basically, your grudge coins that you earn from watching the chat, Twitch is going to try to prompt you to use them, but you know, that one specifically, that sound cue is for when we have like something going on, like I'm working on a guide, but we finish an adventure and I'm not paying attention, then people can tell me. Skip all bosses, why 5 familiars? Because, well, it may not matter. Well, no, I still feel like it matters. So when you put the 6 familiar out, it kills distractions, but there aren't a guaranteed number of distractions that you're going to get. So I like, you know, when you vary the amount of gold, you vary kind of how this is going to work. Now we have Eliwick varying the amount of gold as well, but that's about as much variation as I like variance as I want to introduce is Eliwick. She's worth it, like, you know, because of the gems that she gives you. But when people first started doing this and Eliwick wasn't in the game, or Eliwick was in the game but didn't do this, basically you could create a situation where a Briv loop was exactly the same every run. Like, yeah, down to the amount of gold earned. And so that was the best way to get it. That was the best way to get it, is to make it perfect that way. Because when you introduced any variance, any variation in what's going on, including extra gold, it messed things up, right? Again, Eliwick creates variance now, but that's about all I want. That's the only variance I want. But 5 is the minimum you would want. 5 is the minimum. Because 5 is going to get you all the what they call goobers picked up, so like all the coins and drop loot for quests, as well as it's going to pick up the boss bag immediately and open it. And those are speed effects functionally. They make it so you don't sit on the areas longer than you have to, but I guess, yeah, I guess with the 5, I guess technically I could do 3. Technically I could do 3, but I am in the habit of 5. I have 90. Yeah. Hold on. I have a, oh wow, I have a perfect 100 familiars, folks. I guess, wow. When did that happen? I guess I could only do, I could just stick to the 3. Such a weird feeling, though. Okay, so who else do I want in this? Has anyone tried using BBEG? I mean, they kind of, like with Fire Breath, I feel like his stuff kind of acts like that. Anyway. It's only every 10 seconds. Well, it's normally not good. It's not good for Briv things if you're killing with click damage, but if you're killing with Fire Breath damage, I don't think it matters. Because 3 seconds worth of bud damage is nothing. Oh, but it does create a random buff. I don't like random buffs. All right. We don't want random buffs. So we're going to go Sentry. Only active if you're in the frontmost column. Take all that out. Add that in. Save. That is true. We use Diana to kill. Yeah, that's something we can think about. Hey, we got rush stacks. Let's just go ahead and complete this. And let's start with this group. Why didn't I just say... I'm so not used to that complete and restart. All right. Did we end up in the right place? Yes. Okay. 102 confirmed when we're unlocked. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. Did all the right feats load in? This is another thing nowadays you have to check. Yes. Yes. Cool. Okay. So if we are now down to 17, that's a three kill clear. Yes. It's a 3 kill clear, which is not bad. It's not bad. Yeah, we haven't added speed potions yet. Yeah. I like 5 familiars because sometimes I clear before gaining all the needed stacks for the next run. That's a problem with your Brim farm then. And you need to fix that. Dialing that kind of stuff in is what is the optimization part of this, so that you're doing the same thing every time. Hey, Thavio. Solora Whittle? Okay. BBEG. Briv, Human, Diana, and Eliwick. We'll see. Briv have stacks, but I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, he's got 1,000. We weren't going very far. You need 3 Eliwick feeds? I only have 2. I have the draw requirements. What else are you thinking she needs? The deck of many things to cap her number off, right? I am capped without it. 3 cards, 300%. Yeah, I am fully capped. Yeah. Moreland Wiz, thank you for 5 months with Prime. Much appreciated. Do fake cards make a difference if you cap? Not to gems, no. Not to gems. So yeah, I don't need the extra on this account. I don't need the extra bar or the extra fee. Decided to unlock rent today, and I did it. Nice, I'll pull you back, man. Congrats. That one is a challenge. Yeah. So if I swap out 7, that's still a 2 kill clear unless it triggers the other. I'm a 3 killing on the others. But if we do BBG, it's 2 kill no matter what. This is a straight 2 kill. If we do them both, 1 kills on the 5 branches collected, but it's still a 2 kill everywhere else. So this is pointless. I think I'd just rather have the 2 kill all the time. I mean, it's going to be 2 kill all the time. Anyway. Does it 1 kill? It's still 1 kill clears the branches. Okay. Or, yeah. Okay, so we take Sentry out. We put BBG in. Skipping ahead. And we will have to solve for his variable damage buff. What are they looking into, J-Don? Oh, this is the game dying? Oh, okay. I missed that part. Noctibeard, looks like you're still what platform is this on? This is Steam. Keep giving errors a lot. Do they still do migration requests? I haven't. I mean, I've been playing this today all day, and I'm not getting errors. So I don't know. I mean, if they were consistently having problems with Steam as a platform, sure. But right now, if there's errors with the game, then it's the servers in general and not a specific platform. So migrating you somewhere wouldn't fix anything. Tommy, thank you for the follow. So this is just, I don't know. It happens. They got to figure out what's going on that's causing them to have more issues lately and fix it. But I don't think it's, I don't know if it's, you know, platform specific. I mean, I'm on, this is my Steam account. This is my main, so we're back on Steam. I'm not seeing any issues. I'm gonna need 50,000 gems, folks, so I can get that freaking feat for Human. Ah. Alas. Alas and alas. And I'm gonna need stacks this time. I don't even know how many stacks. I get the full 5 days out of my 24-hour speed potion. Oh, this is probably more than enough stacks to get this far. I mean, I do like Diana's speed effect. If we bring her in, like here. Now her I do have a feed in for. I just not have her capped? I don't. Okay. So she needs the 40% feed. Make sure. All right. So the kind of the goal here is to not go as far. So complete and restart. Which really should skip all of, which should skip those two confirmation dialogues. Should just go here. We're being honest. That's what skip and restart would mean. See, that time Briv jumped before Thalora rushed, so. Welcome back, Tara. Okay, so we do have attack speed feeds. A feed for Thalora. She's got a feed I don't have too. Let's see if maybe that guarantees her thing on the next go around. The question here is, it then becomes, is this enough? Or do I need more speed? We got Whittle, who would do spawn speed over here, which is an effect we don't have currently going on in this run. We tested Sentry. Sentry doesn't add anything. We're going to be using full potion stacks, like potion stacks to 10x, so we don't need Shandy anymore, which is like... That's wild to me. We have Human for quest reduction, or for multiple credit. Diana's giving us the quick transition, like the quick screen wipe. Alois giving us more gems. There is no speed champion here. We don't need Minsk here. I Vi on a 2-kill clear. I don't think Vi is gonna make a big difference, and we don't want the variability of I don't want the variable headache of Melv. So I think, yeah, we're 2 on normals, and we're 1 kill clear on that one. There's one area that only needs a 1 kill clear. That one. 5 big branches collected. Well, it's a 1 drop clear. We might have to kill multiple things because it's a random drop. I haven't, my Tiamat propped, I haven't done my trials. That's why it's mad at me. I haven't done anything. I actually should just... No, it looks like nobody's done anything. One person. Go them. There. Just because. I remove one of my 2 Human feeds? No? I've got 3 in. No. I put it back. I moved it initially, and then I remember, and then J-Dog pointed out this is a 3 adjacency, so I needed both feeds. We throw Whittle in. Does she just go in the back? No. She's going to want to be surrounded. Like that. Oh, we value back moves the energy. No, that's true. Okay. We would have gotten there. That would have been a fine-tuning thing. Okay. Did I say that? I did. Okay. All right. So a couple things to note. I do need I would like the feat. We do want the feat, the 50k feat for Human that basically makes him an anti-tank. So he doesn't get attacked. That's going to help Briv stack up faster. I need that for sure. Why, Jules, why do you think Eliwick and Diana's position changing? Like, I think Diana currently is knocking people off of Human onto Briv. But eventually we're going to fix that with a feat. Oh, I already moved them. Okay. Sorry, I'm a bit different. Familiar and Human's ult, too much variance. It's not needed. It's just not needed. It would give us it would take us to a 1-kill clear occasionally. I don't know that. Yeah, I don't know that I need that. Yeah, Nocti Beard, I didn't ask for beard advice. Yeah, it is I adjust it as necessary. I'm happy with the way it currently is. Everybody has a different style. Okay. That's not how it works. All right. We have overkill on stacks. I'm just trying to think of. Yeah. So the feat for Human, it's not because we're worried that he's going to die. It's just that we want Briv to stack faster. There's something I did not take into account, and that is that I currently have this powered up. Did I keep my old version? Got 7s and 8s and 4s. What was the 4? Let's go look. Oh, that one's utterly broken. So just delete. 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 And then we will just load this one back in. And we will make a new one. Yeah, I was thinking feet only. But here's the thing. I don't care about this one. I'm not sure we even need this one, so are we just doing this one? I just care about getting this one maxed? Because I feel like, well, let's just do a basic. Utterly basic. This is how strong a 9-shot Briv is. Just do this. No, not true. But because if I do potions, where do I end up? 348. See, that's, so do we do 9-6? Am I running one of these constantly? I mean, I can do a full 4-stack. Or I just hook that node up. Or I just hook that node up. Hmm. All right. Choices, choices, choices. So we want to do this and this. I just need to hit a 4x multiplier, or I need to hit the flow greater than 4 right off the bat. I'd really like to not use super fast stuff, but I guess we can. Wrong thing. I wish they'd take these off. Yeah, that's fine. I didn't even need to do this side, really. But I'm being hyper optimal, I guess. Way too much. Way too much. We can downgrade this. We can downgrade this. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. But this is, yeah, 17 points. I didn't need that. I didn't need that. But whatever. Okay, 9 jump proof. All right. And now this is back to 10x, and see later what I'm gonna need for that. All right. Clean restart. Doing my patron chores. It wants Shandy, Briv, and Whom on, so I'm just watching my Briv stacks bleed off. I just don't do that one, honestly. When it wants me to use speed champions, I'm like, what? No. The course is organized and well laid out. Mine is going wherever it wants. I mean, like a supercharged one, you've really got to dial it in, right? If you're just trying to get it epic, you can go all over the place. But when you're trying to get the maximum value out of a core by supercharging it, there's usually only a couple like clear paths, maybe just one true path. I don't even know if mine's as maximized as it could be, but I'm happy with it. What was the Vecna Global again? This one? More potions, more power, yeah. Which reminds me now. Okay, so now are we... Where are we at with this? 369. Bam sheet 5. All right. So those two, this is what I used to run. The pair of these. Because it's 10x. And I can always convert these into these or whatever. I could just craft new ones, honestly. I got EO5 potion reagents. I think I'll be fine. All right, so we got to 782 real fast. Oh. If I'm leveling a Modron core, how do Briv jumps affect the XP gain? They don't. I mean, you get the experience. Yeah. So it's just like normal. There was a visual bug for a long time, and I thought they fixed it, but maybe they didn't. Maybe they tried to. Where you wouldn't see them credited to the core until you started a new adventure. But the core was getting on the back end because you would see a level up, like you've leveled up, and you'd click over and you were like a ways away from it. It's just because the areas from that run hadn't visually been identified yet. But on the back end, it was crediting it all. Maxi Hubert, the jumped areas count. They absolutely count for Modron XP. Oh, do you mean? Oh, you were talking. Hold on. You were answering. Sorry, you were answering somebody talking about the patron challenges. The whole different scenario. Did I enjoy any other race besides the Monaco Grand Prix this weekend? I didn't watch the Grand Parade. I don't watch the pre-race stuff, honestly. I just like the racing. And I didn't watch any other races, no. Just Monaco. I'll use the legendary. Well, you know. We'll see. I didn't watch the Wienermobile race. Chevik linked it in the Discord, but I did not watch it. Okay. So, folks, I've figured out what I want my gem farm to look like in terms of the champions. I think this is fine. 2 kill clears. We fly through this pretty quickly. Now I've just got to figure out how to get the darn thing to stop efficiently. And I guess we're going to use air breath potions. Right. This is already medium potion of speed, the way I like it. I have it load in on 2 because I don't know. If I put it at 1, it feels like it never loads in. So let's also add. Why is this tooltip so big? interesting. And these because we have the most of these. Sure. Then we're gonna complete and restart. You can't. Oh, you can't really overtake. No, yeah, it's a challenge track, you know. Yeah, I mean, you used to be able to overtake back when the cars were smaller. It doesn't work anymore. It's like, you know, does somebody screw up a pit? Is there a crash? Is there rain? Like those are the things you're looking for. And this year they tried to force a 2-pit stop race to hopefully make things more exciting. It did not work. I heard the announcers mention maybe if you require one of the stops has to be at the start of the race and the other in the first half and the other has to be in the second half. Maybe. I think a change that just needs to be made to F1 in general is that if a red flag happens, you are allowed to change your tires, but it doesn't count towards the required tire change. I think that would fix because man, sitting there just fishing for a red flag is, I think it would just take away, it would fix a lot of problems with like people winning races that didn't really do anything except happen to be in front when a red flag happened. And that's not okay, in my opinion. But I'm not in charge of F1. So, you know, these things will not be happening. I think that's probably, we're only going like 802 areas. Yeah, I only need like 700 stacks. It's there. 802 kind of. 802 is kind of a place that would work. I'd end up with way too many stacks. So I'd have to add some power, which is fine. So let's try it again. If we're going to 802, I only need 681 on the nose, but we always like to have a little extra. Also, I want to point out, there is a new feat for Briv. New-ish. Where's it at? Thunder Step. When Steel 1 stacks convert to sprint stacks upon reset, you gain 20% more sprint stacks rounded down. When I tried to use this when it came out, it made my gem farms worse. So I want to set it up without it, and I want to get a good baseline, and then I want to try it with it and see what happens. Because functionally it should mean I need fewer stacks. So I can reset sooner and save time and earn more gems. But I don't know what was going on. I tried to figure it out. I tried to why? Like I tried to figure out just kind of why would that even be having an adverse effect? I couldn't figure it out. It was just weird. But that could be just me. Again, there's lots of things in this game that work weird just for you. Just for me, or you, or someone else, and not for everyone, and yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, El Puya Batman. That guy should have been banned for life. I don't understand, but I lost all interest in Alpine when I heard that he was working there. Make stacking work. Is there a hidden effect? I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I don't know. It didn't make stacking worse. I don't know. There wasn't a typo in the code because it did give me more stacks. Hey, Lurking Rider. Okay. So this is where 802 is where I would be trying to stop. They removed the ban. That's not how Ban for Life works, folks. That's not how Ban for Life works. Okay, so 802 is where we're going. The problem is we need more power so that we kill things faster. More power. And we are using the potions. Okay. Okay. So where do I want to go for this? It only ends up with a card selection like that. Is it not worth using the ultimate and resetting? Not on a gem farm, no. You never hit the ultimate on a gem farm. It's all going to average out over time. You never touch it on a gem. This is supposed to be fully AFK. If I were pushing in a variant or doing a deep run, I would absolutely. The second I notice that it's bad, I would hit the ultimate. But when you're automating, you let it. You keep it automated. Sorry. I remember correctly, folks. That was Offspring from like 1993. I don't know. The 90s. From the 90s, folks. I'm gonna boost. To know if multiple flames would birth form? No. It actually makes it. I think it makes it better because they rush forward and attack. Like multiple flame cards is, makes up for a bad hand. Makes up for a bad hand because they rush out and get to your Briv quicker. All right, we need power, and here's the weird thing: we don't have like a. I don't even know that we need a ramp. I'm being honest. I could boost Paladin's Resolve. Let's do that first. And see what happens. Well, yeah, his Steel Bone stacks kicks in when he gets hit. Of course you get a DPS bone. That's weird. Multiple flames shouldn't screw up a gem run. It should just make him get to the same number, but... Oh, well, no. It should just get to the same number. Oh, I think I know what it does. So it's, you're getting to 100 faster. You're not getting all the extra stacks. I could see that. I don't know that I've ever had my farm that tight on stacks. Wow, you got your frame rate above 10? Amazing. Lurking Rider, I felt like I was playing on your potato this weekend because I had a frame rate of like 3 in Conquest Dark. I posted some screenshots in the Discord. The one that's all the purple collapsing stars everywhere would take me to a 3 FPS. Sometimes to just no 0 FPS. It would just kind of freeze up and move forward. I had to change things. It was rough. Okay, 802. Was that? And then nope. Nope. Yeah, we're not close enough. We need to be, we need to be higher. Delora, can you take me high? No. Let's look over here. Why is this down here? This sorting is weird. Give a vampiric 80. And try again. There's lots of, well, let's do it again and see what happens when you're doing this, folks. I do like shorter runs because it's much quicker to get to the, well, did it work part. Well, I've never had, here's the thing, Lurking Rider, I've never had issues until I tried that build. It's specifically an optimization issue with that ability when it's spamming them constantly. And I think it's related to the audio on it because I think at one point it crashed the audio. The game wasn't making sounds anymore. Again, early access game. I haven't run into that issue with other builds. I did go back and play that what was it? Deck of Haunts game again to like complete day 7 and like, get rid of all the cops that showed up to the house. And that is the end of the tutorial. That game was really interesting. Okay, I did say I was going to have another code. Let me get the other code out. I'm going to make sure it works. It does. I'll put this in the bot only. Okay, you can exclamation point code to get it. All right, still way too many. I mean, we're like over double. So the damage isn't coming up enough. Multi-code, yeah. Well, I didn't use one last Thursday, so I'm adding it to the stream today. Wait, is she getting BBG's buff? She is. Evil Overlord. I don't want to turn that off. Didn't like you. I don't know why. I didn't like anybody there for a second. Did I break the bot? No. Okay. So we're going to do this, and we're going to add even more power in other places. So we're going to throw that 50% in. And throw this 25 in. Don't know that I care about any of them. Maybe homebrew and these two. Let's see what this does. Wow, we dropped a lot. Wow, I'm gonna have to make up. I'm gonna have to make up a lot. Well, this doesn't matter at all because we're not giving them that. This is fine here. They're all fine. It just has to target her, and then the bigger one is there. Yeah, that was fine. And then this should be, what, strength and dex? Yeah. Making sure. I might have to... I might actually have to pipe that core a bit. Know that that's gonna... we'll see. Human. Let me just go with the biggest generic.
Renzo thanks his sidekick.
There's the 50. Gamer Ryujin, thank you for the Prime sub. Much appreciated. 80%. And 25. Still don't think that's going to be close enough. We may just move our reset sound back. Short run. Oh, I clicked the wrong button again. I want as few champions as possible. But yeah, I get what you're saying. But I really am trying to get like the fewest number that feels like optimally quick. And right now we've got basically one of all the speed effects plus gems. Like all the speed effects that matter. We don't need to create extra enemies or, you know. Why as few champions as possible? The less the game has to think, the faster the game runs. So the more gems you get. It's silly, but it's true. And I'm really just trying to come up with like, I want to turn this on for, you know, maybe 4 hours a couple times a week and have tons of gems. I don't really want to gem farm 24/7. See, we've now maybe we stop back here. Maybe we stop back here. I like stopping back here. I like stopping back here a lot. We'll do 762 as our backup. Yeah, I only need 600 stacks. Wild. Absolutely wild. Still got 13 hours left on my second legendary speed potion this week. Started at 6 p.m. Friday. Nice. What I like to hear. I understand the basics of the skipping part with Briv Jump Friday, but how do you automate the pickup of the stacks in the end? Well, so the old method used what we called a brake, B-R-A-K-E, like in a car. A champion that their functionality, like one of their buffs, required something that when you got to a certain area wasn't there. So suddenly you didn't have enough damage to keep going. And enemies would stack up on Briv and build stacks. And then you tweaked how many stacks they got. I think I got that in before the ad break, which is a different kind of break. Which is a different kind of break. I don't want to stop this here on 752. You still hear me? Okay, cool. Turn it off just because I'm a little worried. No, we good. We good. Nice. But yeah, I will continue it when the ad break. It's just for other people. Oh, hey, we've got the... Well, this has to come out anyway. Because now I can afford this. But Briv's going to stack up faster now. Now I kind of want to pull all that power back out again. Why did it rearrange? Okay, here we go. Okay, now we're misdirecting with Human. So Briv's going to stack up faster. And we're done on 750 too. Pulled some power out. Vulcan Smith, thank you for the contribution to my crowdfunding. Also, Gamer Region, did I say thank you for your Prime sub? I think I did. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. I will check up on that later tonight. They usually handle all that automatically, but I like to go double check. Okay, so this is going to reset. We have way too many stacks right now. It's not going to reset. I'm going to reset it. But yeah, so you used to use a break for champions, but now we're trying something with... People started experimenting with fire breath potions, and so when your bud drops off, like when you kind of reach a stage where you just can't insta-kill with fire breath, you really a kind of hard pause, and that acts as a bit of a break. Yeah. I did, thanks. My ADHD kicks in. I totally forget. I totally forget. Okay. Let me go back and see if I missed any other questions while this is running back up again. Probably mentioned this earlier and I missed it, but why did you use Tall Tales instead of one of the early Sword Coast adventures? It's got 3 quick transition zones. So the more quick transition zones you can get, the better. Quick transition is where right here, they're not running off the side of the screen. They're just sitting in place and the wipe is happening. That's a quick transition. And it's faster. You know, you shave. Yeah, you might be shaving, you know, seconds off here and there, but you're doing it repeatedly over and over and over and over again, and it adds up to lots of gems. Okay, I'm going to turn auto progress off just to make sure 752 is a safe space. It's a safe spot to land and build our required 600. I only need 600 stacks. This is ridiculous. Yeah, it is. All right. And I'm going to have to add more power because we're getting too many stacks. Wild. This is absolutely wild. Absolutely wild. If I earn the same amount of gems per 6 hours as I did today, I calculate getting a 9 jump Briv on the potato in approximately 270 days. Oh, you're saying there's a chance. Wouldn't mob spawn make Briv stacking faster? You mean like adding extra enemies? There's an argument for that, but like the best one is like a scripting situation where you swap in Tatiana and she pulls like 15. Or I mean, you could add Melf, but there's no, well, Melf is random, so yeah. There isn't I'm missing no, yeah, there isn't someone that would do that other than Minsk, and his is not guaranteed enough. And Melf's isn't guaranteed at all, so yeah. Yeah, because we're dealing with so many repetitions of this, especially now. Shaving seconds off matters, and we're getting too many seconds of sitting here waiting for this, right? That's twice as many stacks as I need. That's almost 3 times as many stacks as I need, so I can go back in and add power again. So I'm gonna add some of these feats back in that I pulled out. Paladin's Resolve. I've learned to save every time. We're gonna do Vampiric Gaze. Yeah. I don't want to mess with BBG, actually. Let's do Briv's Nethery Steel. It's a ramping effect. And we'll see how this turns out. Another question: would Diana in the middle build up Briv stacks quicker be an option? Well, if I put her in the middle, Whittle isn't getting her maximum speed. I'd have to move them all back. Yeah, I don't want to do that. Yeah, I don't know. It might, but I don't. I think it screws up this nice, tight, compact thing that's buffing the hell out of Whittle's effect. Okay, we're still. Oh, that was tight. Oh, that was real. Okay. Oh, 900. That's not that tight. Okay, but it felt real fast. Oh, those numbers are flying so fast. You can tune a gem farm, but you can't tune a fish. I can tune a fish sandwich. Hey, toy. Oh, man, now I want to tune a fish sandwich for dinner. Yeah, from like 3,000 plus stacks. What would I need? I was resetting at 1102 before. I needed 1,800 stacks before. Well, no, that was on a. Oh, that was on a. No, that would be at a 9 jump. Yeah, I had way more for the 8 jump. Oh my god, that's wild. Yeah, this is ridiculous. I need 579 to be on the nose for a 752 reset. But I like to have a little more because of random. Oh, I didn't even restart to see what the no, I should do that right now. We're going to restart to see what the weekly party is. Because you have to account for your weekly party as well. All right. But yeah, Briv, I mean, if you can build a formation, I mean, you'd have to then time it, right? Like, this is where getting a stopwatch out to make little changes is actually helpful. I don't know stacks. Gotta restart everything nowadays. All right. But yeah, I might fiddle with this with a like a stopwatch, basically, and make some changes. But right now, this feels good. This feels real fast. You need 4,500 stacks at 838 for a 4-jump. Yeah, that sounds. Yeah, I remember that. This is one of the things that 9-jump just makes ridiculously efficient. You can use anyone to be your bud setter, really. That isn't super important. We're just kind of focusing it on Diana at the moment. But it doesn't have to be the one. Oh, I didn't even look. Who's buffing? Eliwick. We got some damage here that we were not accounting for. Would it have thrown off our gem farm? No. No. It actually made it a little tighter. It actually made it a little tighter. No, it's still 920. Okay, we're fine then. I don't know that I mean it is like that's getting real close. I think 920 stacks is probably fine. There's another 420 plat familiar today. Really? Oh, it's not on this page. It's not on this page. There it is. Plouth, the red dragon baby familiar, folks. Only 420 platinum. If you are not like me, because I have literally 100 familiars apparently, then go and get yourself Clouth for 420 platinum. Our weekly party is different for different people. Yes. So if you have Eliwick, Nahara, and Eric, then that means Eliwick is the shared champion this in the weekly party, and the other two are always random. Feels like supposed to be like champions you use, but it's. I mean, those were definitely in my Briv Gem farm, but my old one. Well, I mean, yeah, so not a reason to fear 920 is emergences, but I'm not worried about emergencies so much as I mean, it's just like a weekly party. You still have to sit down and adjust it. Oh, that was real close. Oh no. Oh no. That's what I was worried about. We may I think I'm gonna we're gonna pull this and we're gonna go this. I was worried about maybe too many flame cards. I'm not exactly sure what happened on the last one. What was the calculator I was using for the jump farm? The Bite Glow adventure page. Let me. So this was what I was using to find the path. That's what I was using to find the path. And then you can use this one, the speed page, to calculate speed effects for stacks and stuff. And you don't have to upload any data for either of those pages. I don't do that. No. Okay. Okay, 664. Oh, that's so close. That still feels real close. So I kind of need to watch this. I need to see. That was with I think one flame? I don't know. I kind of want to watch and see like what different numbers of flame cards do. But I guess this run we're seeing 3 gem cards instead. Sure. Remaining stacks just tells me if the last run was okay. I want to know if the current run is going to be okay. So basically, I have pulled as much power out of this as possible. Like we have basically a blank core that's only hooking up enemy spawn speed and speed potion, basically. And I've stripped out familiars, or not familiars, stripped out feats, the other F word. Stripped out feats. Yeah, okay, very good. Yeah, this will be over because there wasn't a flame card, but I want to make it so that with flame cards, we're still fine. Well, so there's two things I have to make an account for, J-Dog. One is the occasional early Briv jump, because sometimes on Area 1, Briv will jump before the lore rushes, and it burns a bunch of stacks, right? It burns one of my jumps. I've got the Laura with her attack speed to try to make it as consistent as possible, but that doesn't mean it's going to be consistent. And then the other thing to account for is the flames cards. Well, a combination of flames and the gold find cards, the moon cards, flames and moons. Moons might give us more gold and there may be some variance of damage. I don't think I'm worried about that so much as I am the flames with this build. For Humon's quest effect, 100% double lines is pretty self-explanatory. Correct. Is 200% just 100% at triple? Yes. So 100% means 2x. So you're getting 2 times the credit, right? So 200% is 3x, which means you're getting 3 rewards, right? That's the way you got to think about it. So 0% bonus is just 1x. 100% bonus is 2x, so double. 200% is triple, 300% is quadruple, and so on. So like I'm at 527.8. So I have a guaranteed 6, but sometimes it's going to trigger 7. So I base what I want off of 6s. So this is 12 enemies, 12 here, 5 on the other one, so it's a 2 kill clear everywhere except that one where it's a 1 kill clear. That's what I was trying to get down to, or what I was able to get down to, I should say. I didn't have a goal. I was just trying to see where it would end up, and this is fine. Yeah, there isn't really a way to get to a 1 kill clear here, and I don't think it's necessary. Yeah, in the 70s, yeah. So. Pretty consistent here. That was 621 stacks. Okay. Adding Sentry can't get you a 1x clear. No. It would take the 12 down to like 8. And again, we're only getting 6. So it's still a 2 kill clear. If this were a different setup, if Humon could get 4 adjacent, probably I can 1 kill clear on a 4 adjacency usually. But yeah, and again, an extra champion would slow down the farm. But is it then you have to time it, like, is getting a 1 kill clear faster than the processing load on one fewer champion? That's really what you're looking at, right? If you're really trying to get that picky. I am trying to keep this as minimal as possible. I want it, obviously Briv is required. And then we have a extra credit for quests. We have a enemy spawn speed. We have a reduced quest reduction. We've got a rush. We've got our 5 gem cards, jackpot. And then we've got a quick transition, or fast transitions, right? So we have one of all of what I think matter here. Yeah, this is going to be higher because there's no flames. That was a lot higher too. But we got a lot more gems, so it was worth it. More champions slows down Thalora getting her attack in. It absolutely does. Because they queue up. They absolutely queue up in order. So it can screw things up. I don't really have a way to make her any faster than she already is. Everyone's adjacent to Whittle, so everybody's going as fast as they freaking can. Well, you know what? Actually, I say that. Oh, I got 5 again. What are the odds? Thalore's now at 275, but yeah, we'll see if that changes anything. So the cap, there isn't a cap. The cap is just on the item, right? For Human. And so because it's a multiplier off adjacencies. Why is this dog down here? What are you doing, dog? What you doing, dog? What's up, dog? What's up? Oh, that was too fast. We might not make it. That seemed like it was too fast. The attack speed actually let her kill it quicker. Oh no. Oh no. Pulling out. Diggity. Let's back that out. Back that thing up. Did I try a Xerixis farm? No. This is the first thing I'm testing. Yeah, Xerixis now has a reduced quest requirement. Blessing. Did it again. Oh, we still had enough. I feel like that's luck. That's not. It's math, but maybe this just isn't update. 474 is what that showed. It got worse? I wasn't looking at Eliwick's cards. Did she have a lot of Did she have a lot of flames? If we go walking at the end, it's going to absolutely break this. Feels like. Yeah, I don't like how tight this is. That was I think it's specifically just because of the attack speed change on Diana, which is weird. What an odd thing to trigger a change, but I guess it makes sense because she's our DPS. Hitting faster kills things faster. This just in. This just in. We have one more jump in us. We did. What the hell? 66? Is that an order? 517 stacks, folks. Oh, you know what it is? You know what it is? When I said earlier I needed 600 stacks, that's without Thalora. Thalora, because you're skipping a bunch of areas, I forgot to subtract the number from the total, so it's totally fine. I haven't done the Thunderstep thing yet either. So yeah, no, this is a tight build, but we're we're okay. I really need to see what it looks like with like 4 flames. Okay. Anyway. Okay, we're good. We're fine, I think. So here we get a 20% reduction in quest area requirements. That would only take us to like 10. That's still a 2 kill clear, but if we add Sentry, that would 1 kill clear us, and then you'd really have to test like what's faster. That's how that would affect it. Okay, this is going to be fine. Yeah. So what I have to factor in is we're skipping like 92 areas. So we're not actually, while we are resetting at 752, we're not jumping through the first 92 areas. So it's actually something like, what, 660? Oh, let me see if I can math this out. Only like 420 plays it, basically. 660 is 418. So as long as we're over 420, this is a safe build. So let me have the attack speed back in. I did forget about Thalora, and because it's usually not this big of a difference, but because we're only going 750 areas, 92 of that really matters. And if I were to somehow be able to push my favor even higher, this would become an even more efficient place to farm. I want to remove 1 power feat for safety. I don't know yet, because I really want to watch this run until we get more flame cards, and then I'll understand what it needs. Right now, I don't know what it needs. Yeah, and then we have to test that Thunderstep feat. Yeah, what are we at? 105. Folks, at the start of this stream, I didn't have enough to buy a 50k gem feat. We've since bought that feat, and now we've earned another 100,000 gems already. In 2.5? Well, let's call it 2 hours. And that was while trying to figure it all out. So, yeah. I think we're doing good. I think we're doing good. Yeah, 600s. So the last one didn't matter. So with 1 flame, with no flames, we're fine. With 1 flame, we're fine. We're about to see here if 1 gem, that's the blue one, changes the name. Or excuse me, moon. What a moon. Come on. 1 moon changes anything. Folks, we're back to my normal stream schedule. I need to update Twitch. I guess I'll do it in a bit. But so Idle Champions on Mondays and Wednesdays now here. Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays, we're back to variety games. We are coming up to the end of Sir Whoopass, Immortal Death, which we will finish tomorrow. I hope we'll finish it tomorrow. Hope we finish it tomorrow. Yeah, and we got more stuff stacked up. What else? What are we gonna do? I have a demo I want to play before we start into another game. So after Sir Whoopass, we'll have a demo of a game called Ertugrul of Ulucayan. If I'm pronouncing that right, it's a Turkish game, which sounds super exciting to me because I know nothing about Turkish mythology, and I want to learn. So we'll see. And then after that, we'll most likely be playing Duck Detective: The Ghost of Glamping. Courtesy of Lurking Rhino. It is so weird to not have a break champion. But this did end up being easier to tune than I thought. I never got it to work this easily with fire breath potions in the past. So. Spell that? THAT. There you go. There you go. I got access to the demo from the studio, so we're gonna try it out. It is obviously pre-launch gameplay, so things are still in flux before launch. Of course, he's supposed to get gifts for so far. It's all been duck related. Well, it's not. No, I mean, look, yeah, we have Placid Plastic Duck Simulator. We got Duck Detective. I get it, but that doesn't mean I want to play all the duck games. Yeah, they're trying to release it this year, but they are still. I don't know how long ago they wrapped their demo, right? Like, you never know if it has all the features. This is pretty consistent. I totally did not look at Eliwick's cards, but it's feeling consistent. There's a flame. We're up to 121,000 gems already. Single flame? Single flame. The videos of the gameplay are all voice acted, and it appears in Turkish with English subtitles, and I am here for that. I am here for that, so I'm really looking forward. I'm really looking forward to it. But again, it's just going to be. I think they said it's like a 25 to 35-minute demo. We will do that after we finish Sir Whoopass. I feel like we're beating Sir Whoopass tomorrow, but I don't know that for sure. I don't know that for sure. It was one flame, one moon last time. Okay. And we had 84 extra stacks, so we were clearly fine. It's one flame, one moon again, so. Flames make everything faster. Ask any hot rodder. Man, I remember when muscle cars, like all hot rods, had to have flames down the side. And now, I'll be honest, don't like that look. Most of the time, I'm just like there's a couple ways to make it not obnoxious, but I don't know. I guess maybe because I grew up seeing it everywhere, I just got over it, right? I don't know. Two flames, no blues. Yeah, so this is a good. This is a good information run. As long as, because ideally, as long as it's fine up to 4 flames, or up to 4 moons, then I can set it and forget it until the weekend buffs come in. Until the weekend buffs, this one is so finely tuned that, I mean, the runs are so fast that I have to be on top of the tuning changes on Monday and Friday. Feels like. Yeah. Here's 3 moons and a flame. Ooh, this is good. This is some real good info. It's a good mix. Personally, I've always been a fan of sleeper builds people do to disguise high power cards behind normal. Oh yeah. I prefer just the kind of sleeper, like it doesn't have a fancy paint job. It isn't like, on the outside, and then someone puts their foot down and they're just gone. I've always liked that. But then there's a part of me that doesn't really care about going fast. So, my favorite car was a car that couldn't go fast if it was rolling downhill. But it had more style than any other car I've ever owned. 70 stacks at the end of this one. The Geo Metro, no. It was a 1952 Buick Super 4-door sedan. It was 18 and a half feet of solid steel with some of it plated in chrome. It was a big, heavy car. It had a straight 8 engine, so an 8-cylinder, inline 8-cylinder, and an automatic variable transmission, which basically means it didn't have gears that it shifted through. It had some weird system of like maybe like pulleys and bands and stuff, and it just adjusted based off how fast it was already going and how much power you're trying to give it. It was a very slow rolling car, like it started off, but because it was so heavy, it was the smoothest ride, most comfortable ride I've ever had. And everywhere I drove that car, people honked and waved. Everybody loved just seeing it. It was not in good condition either. It wore its age. It was, not shiny, but people loved it. I loved it too. It was great. All right, 73. So the 3 moons, 1 flame, totally fine. Doesn't really change anything. 1983 Chevette with a 283 in it. My first car was a 1973 Chevy Nova 2-door coupe with a straight 6 250 and a 3 on the tree transmission. I will let people Google. They don't understand what a 3 on the tree is. Let me see if I can find a picture of my car. No, this is going to be a much nicer looking version. I guarantee it. Yeah. Of course it is. Of course it is. Here is what my Buick looked like. Except somebody had like painted the part under the bottom swoop of chrome white to go with the top. So it gave it that like kind of 57 Chevy white thing down on the bottom. But the paint was all pitted and old. The chrome was not shiny. The very front of the hood thing, the circle with the point, that was missing. But everything else was there. Oh, and it was a 4-door. That's a 2-door. Wait, I Googled 4-door. You son of a... Hold on. That's too short, folks. I'm sorry. Oh. This is actually... This looks more like it. Here we go. Oh, this is an ugly link, but... Click on that. I did not have rust. I did not have any rust. That's closer. I mean, yeah, that's... Well, that one's in rough condition. Mine was rust-free. And again, it had that little white swoop. But that's the 4-door. You can see the length on it there. Oof. God, there's some rough ones out there. That's too bad. These are all way rougher than mine was. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, shiny. Now I'm looking at cars and not looking at the game. All right, moon and a stick. We need like three or four flames. 3 on the tree. Core memory unlocked. You know. Look, I used to freak people out when they would get in my car and they're like, "Why do you keep shifting the automatic transmission on the column?" And I'm like, "Look down at my feet," and they're like, "Why are there 3 pedals down there?" Yeah, Drogo, they had them in pickups too. A friend of my roommate in college who, oddly enough, had my same first name. We shared a first name, and we have an unusual first name. He had a 1973 Chevy pickup truck with a 253 on the tree. And it was weird enough that we had the same name, but then when we found out we basically had like similar vehicles, we were like, what is going on? What is the universe trying to tell us? Oh, we were vastly different people. He was a total skinny surfer dude. Yeah. I drove a 3 on the tree Jeep down a driveway a while back in Florida. It was different. You got to get used to it. I've looked every now and then when I find myself with maybe a little extra money. I look to see if I can find my first car somewhere. Can't. Everybody's taken those engines out and transmissions out and put in V8s and automatics, and it kills me. 3 pedals. Yeah. A gas, a brake, and a clutch. Because it's a stick shift. Yeah. 3 on the tree means it's a manual transmission, but it's a 3-speed manual and it's on the column. So all the way up and back to you is reverse. Down and back to you is first. Forward and away, up and away is second, and then down and away is third. And then leaving it in the middle is neutral. Unengaged. But it's a manual transmission on the column instead of on the floor. That's what a 3 on the tree means. Who's the clutch in a Briv? That's an interesting, because the gas and the brake were the same character, a lot like an electric car. I mean, I guess it would probably be Briv, right? They have the same first and last names but different middle names? That's wild. That's wild. I have never had a situation where I walk in and someone's like, they call out the name and like me and someone else go, yeah, and then that's never been a thing. Ever. 1 flame. Well, we already know this works. We're gonna know 1 flame's fine. How many gems are we up to? 160,000. Well, I think Briv is the engine and the clutch. I mean, I'm sorry. He's the engine and the transmission, and he is all of that. The gas and the brake used to be like either Naris or Azaka, and Briv is the drivetrain. Let's put it that way. Briv is the drivetrain. Because yes, he is what moves you forward, but what gear is he in? Right? That's the jump number. And then that's going to determine how fast you're going. But then he also, like, pushing the clutch in is when you come to an end and you're revving up the engine with the stacks, and then you take off again when it resets, right? So he's the drivetrain. I think we just have to go drivetrain. And then the others were the gas / brake. The stopping and the going. But now we don't even do that. So now it's just all on Briv's back. We now have Briv just runs everything. Yeah, it's just random luck right now, trying to get these cards, folks. Yeah, maybe the feats are, well, I don't know. Because it's not like you're not pushing it in to disengage him. It's more locking him into what's, the feats are probably the transmission. But I think Briv in general is the drivetrain. From the engine to the transmission to the drive shaft. All of that. I don't know why we're trying to take this. We used brake because it was literally what stopped you. So we just called it a brake. No, she's not fuel injection because she's not making you go faster. All the speed champions are basically aerodynamics. I mean, I feel like the combination of BBEG and Human are basically like nitrous. No, that's because that only kicks in when you're going fast. You don't do it like straight away. I don't know. These analogies fall apart, folks. These analogies kind of fall apart. And then what is Thalora, right? Like, that doesn't really fit. I don't know. The brake worked as an example. Everything else just kind of falls apart. Aliwick's the premium package. Nowadays, they don't even really do options. You can get this option. They just do packages, and it's like, well, which package do you want? It's like, but I want this from here and I want that from there. Well, we don't do that anymore. Why not? Gems at the points near the distributor. No. Please no. Now, I think now we need to change our analogies. Because I think now doing it without a brake, you've basically become a fighter jet on an aircraft carrier, right? And what's the thing that they hook that they like put a hook in on the plane, and it basically like slingshots you off the aircraft deck of the aircraft carrier. The catapult. They just call it a catapult. So Thalor is the catapult because she gets you up to speed, like boom, like that. And then Briv is the jet engine. Yeah. And everyone else is just the aerodynamics. I guess. I don't know. I don't know where to go with the rest of that. Oh, Whittle is the machine gun. I mean, in this skin, she needs like. Do we have like a machine gun Whittle skin? Not really. We need a gangster Whittle, like a 1920s gangster Whittle skin, where she's holding one of those old school machine guns with the big round clip that goes in the front. I can't even remember what they used to call them. That would be neat. Tommy gun, yes. It's 106 zones to Witchlight. 2 tanks, half a pack of gem cards. It's dark and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it. Oh no. The Brivs brothers? Is that is that the Brivs brothers? Yeah. Chicago typewriter. I've never heard that term, but I get it. Yeah, Tommy gun is what I was looking for. What was the name of the movie where was it they did like a remake of it? Hold on, no, because I want to find the original, because I hate when they remake stuff and they don't give credit to the original. El Mariachi. There we go. They changed it with Antonio Banderas. They made it Desperado. So he basically just walks around with a guitar case, but it's actually a machine gun. Yeah, so El Mariachi is the actual original movie, and then they made a kind of a remake called Desperado with Antonio Banderas and Salma Hayek. Yeah, because El Mariachi is in Spanish, but some people don't like foreign language, so they made a version where people are speaking English. Because why make something original when you can rip off something else? It's Hollywood. It might be part 2, but it feels like it was just the version that they made for Americans, because the original was all in Spanish. So, I mean, they could bill it as part 2. I can't. It's been so long since I watched it. I remember I had El Mariachi on VHS. I loved watching it. 187 gems now. 187,000 votes. 2 flame cards. Yeah, no, the new Airplane movie, we'll see. Or not Airplane, it's not Airplane, it's The Naked Gun. That's what they're remaking, right? Yeah. Folks, go back and watch the original Naked Gun movie, please. It's gotta be online somewhere. Gotta be online somewhere.
Saving money feels.
Yeah, here. It was a sequel? Okay. It just felt like I wish they'd done it. I wish they'd done it like they did the first one. But anyway, go back and watch the original Naked Gun, and then, I mean, the new one. I'll watch the new one. I will watch the new one, but I will fondly remember the old one. There was a whole period of time in the 80s, well, probably late 70s and through the 80s, where it was just the cheesiest movies with puns and wordplay, and it was wonderful. You wonder where I get my sense of humor. But it's like, Airplane, The Naked Gun, Hot Shots. But then you go back to Spy. No. It was Top Secret. Oh, folks. Top Secret. With Val Kilmer, which is just hilarious. Absolutely hilarious that Val Kilmer was in this movie. This one right here. Oh my God. You can't look away because there's potentially like visual gags everywhere, and some of them are so smart. And then some of them are so lowbrow. It's like, they just had so much fun. They had so much fun with it. Oh yeah, it does include O.J. Simpson, but yeah, I mean, like I said, I'll watch the new version because it's not trying to be the original. Have I seen the trailer for Kung Fury 2? I don't know. I don't know. I see super long things that are like leaked. I don't know. I don't know how much I trust leaked trailers. I don't know. The bar fight entirely underwater. Wait, you changed your name to Latrine? And as a kid, of course, the scene in the cow costume was endless hilarity. We watched that movie too many times. Too many times as kids. But I can still remember scenes in Top Secret, like on the train where they're painting a landscape and it's literally the blur of the landscape going by from the and it's like, wow. And then there's a visual gag with the phone ringing. And you think it's right there, but then they have to walk. Like, they just did some great camera stuff. Like, they were really on the ball back then. I don't know. Yep, 200,000 gems, folks. Just in a couple short hours. That's not bad. That's not bad. That's so many gems. This is why I'm like, get this figured out and then just let it farm gems for a short period of time. A couple times a week and have so many gems that it does. Oh, I remember what I was supposed to do. I was supposed to be spinning these rusted gears, folks. Evelyn Malf Mahan, your does it show 1780, 2101, 2000, 1762, 1443. I guess I can get another pack for Evelyn. And by pack, I mean stack of packs. And I'm going to have to watch my reset on this run. Look at all the chests we've already gotten. Wild. 2136. Okay. Guess I probably. I mean, if I put it into Mahan, I'm going to get a lot of gold find. I could put some on her to get her to like the 2K range. I could get everybody to like the 2K range, maybe. Makes sense. All right, we're going to get to 752. I'm going to turn off auto progress. Just in case I screw something up with opening up these packs. All right. So, Blithrin, let's go to like half. What is this? Oh, no, we can't even get. So, 615,000. Like 307. Yeah, here. And then. Melf. I'll just split them between the two. Burn all these. Okay. And what are we at now? 2136. 1876. That did not go up much. 2076. 2101. 1892. That's fine. I'll fix that later with blacksmithing contracts. I think my new. I feels like my new power floor is going to be at least 2,000. Just feels so weird to say. Probably going to have to be higher because that's still based off an 8 jump. That's based off 8 jump generation. Ridiculous. Is there a trick when trying to get Crux mission to switch and level a team quickly when changing from speed to put? I don't know because I don't do that. So what I would say is you probably, I guess the way to do that, if you want to build 2 separate teams like that, is to go into a free play of the adventure that's set in, build the speed team, save it as a hot swap, and then build the pushing team and save that as a hot swap. And then once you do the thing, if you're doing the thing where you're racing as far as you can with the speed team, and then you're just letting it strip everyone away, then you just hot swap, instantly hot swap in the power team and keep going, like the full power team with familiars. That would be the trick. I didn't do Crux that way, so I just slowly swapped from a speed team to a pushing team as I lost champions and made it. Don't forget to save enough chests for wins. No, that's not going to happen. I'm not saving anything. I got gems. Yeah. This will be doing test runs. It'll be doing stuff off stream on tomorrow. Sure. So, 2 moons in a flame. Hot swapping doesn't level them? Hold on. Gotta remember, folks, this is why I make a guide for that. Why wouldn't just loading them in from I don't understand why loading them in from a save formation wouldn't level them up. I'm not seeing a restriction here that doesn't let you. Yeah, you got to have familiars. So if you don't have enough familiars to save for leveling champions in your formation, then no, it's not going to level them up. So yeah, I mean, familiars are the fix. If that's what you're talking about, familiars are what auto level champions, like is going on at the bottom of the screen right now. Yeah, they're your fast leveling solution. Yeah, I mean, this looks perfectly stable. Is it the fastest? Like, is it the highest gem production? I don't know. But it looks stable. It looks like it's generating a lot. Like a whole lot of gems. But I don't know how many. And remember, I'm only doing 10x speed. Technically, we could go faster, but man, I don't know that works on my computer. Some platforms, it's gonna make you go slower. As odd as that sounds. More high opportunities, the easier it is to get bored. Yeah. Especially at this short of a run, like it feels like that it could be problematic. So again, that's why I'm trying to wait to see if we get 3 or 4 flame cards to see how much that could mess things up. It looked like with 3 moons earlier, it didn't really change anything. And that was something else I was worried about. But I'm also not super tightly tuned. And I also still haven't tested the Thunderstep feat. Which would allow us to tune it even tighter, supposedly. I think what I need to do is run a stopwatch on it. So I've got one up, and I'll see roughly how long it takes to get from point A to point B. Sometimes I used to just watch this and like how much is this ticking down, but it doesn't. That doesn't tell real time. As odd as that is to say, that doesn't tell real time. Fortune's wheels really grind. Yeah, you can't get like the favor there is nearly impossible to get. It's tuned down so much. You have to have a really well developed gold find team and gold find strategy. Yeah. That's where dirty gold farming came in. Okay, here we go. So the second this resets, I'm going to click go. The second it resets again, I'm going to click stop. Oh, interesting. Yeah, that's fairly accurate. I didn't think about that. I didn't think that worked either, so honestly. But I want the real world from the trigger to the trigger, basically. The reset trigger to the reset trigger. I don't think this is working. Well, it's just enough off that it's probably from the reset trigger. It's close. It's close enough for government work. It took 1 minute and 9 seconds to get there by the in-game tool. Uh, 1 minute 26 seconds. So we're basically it's a 90-second run. We're just going to call it a 90-second run. Yeah. But I guess if we want to, so 126.47. So I guess we'll just call it 127. Without Thunderstep. And what we can't control is what cards Eliwick had. And then we need to tune it with the Thunderstep to bring the number down. So it's 78 stacks left over there. If we add Thunderstep. Yeah, Judas, having a like some kind of gold find strategy, either dirty gold farming, Makos bombing, or Azaka farming, whichever you can pull off. And utilizing that until you're not gaining once you stop gaining whole orders of magnitude on a deep favor run there, you're done. Without adding like better, gold farmers somehow. And at that point, you can just convert in from everywhere else. There's a conversion. Time gates, events, trials. At that point, it's you're just dumping conversions in. And it's going to be the same. You're going to have the same kind of thing with Vecna Eve of Ruin. You'll be able to do a little better in Vecna Eve of Ruin, but eventually you're going to hit a wall and then you're going to have to convert there too. So like I converted up here. I have E6, 721, E69, Fortune's Favor, and then I converted to Wizards 3. Okay. 752, 87. So yeah, we did have more stacks. I didn't time it. I'm gonna do so the stack part is working correctly. Let's do the time part. Well, I'm not even gonna try to tune it down yet. I want to see, is it slowing it down just for the feet just being in? That's a weird thing, but I just want to control. It's a control run. E20 was the highest I could farm. Then after getting some of the farming perks, E30. Oh, so like more gold find. Yeah, E30 is probably it. Yeah, I mean, I remember I got to E28 and then I stopped. J Dog, Jules already said that, but I'm happy using my timer. Don't tell me how to do what I want to. I'm gonna do what I want to do. You're not my real dad. $129. But that variance could have come from Eliwick, right? Could have come from Eliwick. So where do we pull some power out? Paladin's Resolve. Vampiric Gaze. Wait, no, we're adding power. We're not pulling power out. What am I talking about? Yeah, now we're adding power. 25% here. 25% here. Let's see what happens. So far to go in this game. Look, you never have to be here. I want to be very clear. You never have to be here. This is wholly optional. It's wholly optional. I'm not going to turn that off. We're just going to... Okay. $781. I mean, that's going to be too many. So... $92 stacks left. Or 89. Okay. Let's see how badly this screws up. Oh my god. 400? 20% just take me to 480, but Technically, that's over the 420 we needed. Plays it. So... do we still get there? Oh god, yeah, I do have that Briv boon. That's already factored into this. So I will have to tweak it when that falls off. When does that fall off? 6 days, of course. Of course. That's fine. I will have to tweak this whole thing in 6 days. Again. The next Monday I will have to redo this. It will be absolutely broken. Okay. How many? We had 66 stacks left. That's a heck of a buffer. Because as long as you have more than 50, or as long as you have 50, you're jumping. So this is fine. Well, I probably won't. I'm not going to gem farm 24/7 like I used to. So I don't need to worry about it until Monday. And we'll adjust it on streaming. The realities of Briv life. Hashtag Briv life. So let's just make sure that this is still smooth. We are getting really good hands where there's no flames, which worries me a little bit. A little bit. $64 stacks left. $4.99. This feat does not work the way it says it does. I want to be very clear, folks. This feat says gain 20% more sprint stacks rounded down. That is not what I'm gaining. I'm gaining more than that. I'm gaining more than 20%. Because if we had been at like 400, then we should have gained 80 stacks. Isn't it? Yeah, that's 80 stacks, right? We did not. We gained like a couple hundred. So I don't know what's going on with the CNE math here, but it's definitely a bank error in our favor. Pass, go, collect 200 gems. I don't know. I could try to generate more gems. I'm not quite to that level. Let's see. 60. So look, we still, even then, 60 stacks, and we had like 360 or something. What's current stacks at when it resets? No. 408. No, that one went up higher. And then we ended up with a higher stack. So, I mean, there was a flame card out too, and we ended up with more stacks. Okay. All right, we're gonna do the time. We're gonna well, I don't know. I feel like we're not tuned down enough right now. But I'm gonna do a timer on let's see. And fine, I will just hover over the thing and then well no, because I need to compare it to the same thing I just did. I gotta use the same timing mechanism, or it throws everything off. It's not even peer pressure, it's just bad science if I change the timing method mid-test. No, it's you're only allowed to call it champignon if the champions hail from the champignon region of Forgotten Realms. Uh, right, 1 minute 25. So it shaved anywhere from 2 to 4 seconds, depending on the run. Yeah. Yeah, otherwise it's sparkling peons, yes. But I think it would be spelled. Hold on. Now I gotta. Isn't that? Yeah. That would be sparkling. Yes. Just had to make sure I was doing that right. So it is a slight savings, and again, that's going to add up over time. I feel like the Thunderstep feat is definitively better for people who are 4 jumpers because of the vast amount of stacks you need. 20% is a big deal. And I think with the higher you get in the number, the less important it is, unless it's just giving a flat amount, which is really weird. So here we're at, look at down here compared to here when it resets, went to 637 from 500. 490, something like that shouldn't. I don't know. It's giving some extra. It's giving a little bit extra. I think we still have some fine tuning we could do. So these are all decked out. He could get something. What if we 50% it? Is that silly? That's probably silly. Let's see what happens. It might be. Oh, and on a double flame card run. Oh, this was probably a bit. But this will tell us how on the edge it is. Living on the edge. Put off by how many stacks I needed. But it's still, the thing is it's even with that many stacks, it's still faster. You still earn more gems, even waiting, than you would doing a regular gem farm. That's the ridiculousness. But Thunderstep, I think, makes it just super functional. I wouldn't say super functional, but it makes it. We were at 74. 376 is what I saw, and it went to 525. It should not have. It should have ended up somewhere in the 400s. That feed is either the display is wrong or the feed is giving a little extra. Wish we get Elevator's cards out faster. I mean, they maybe they'll release an 80% feat, right? Because isn't it a 40? Yeah, 40%. Maybe they'll release an 80, and it'll be super fast. $62. All right. Timer time. Timer time. It's timer time. So that doesn't. Here we go. All right, we're running the timer, folks. I'm timing this run. Yeah, I mean, when you set up like a 7-jump monkey house, I mean, yeah, if you really optimize it, I mean, yeah, you feel like you don't need to then switch it when you get to like 8, but you're going to be at 8 a while, so switch it. Like go ahead, switch it, get to 8, and then retune. I did not retune. I did not finally tune it again. I should have. I'd have been here faster if I had. Basically 124.5. So I shaved a half a second off with that feat addition, folks. Wow. Wow. All right. But again, half a second's going to add up, right? With as quick as these runs are, you know, we've taken the big chunks out of the time, and now we're trying to fine tune the smaller stuff. We're up to 315,000 gems. This is over 100,000 gems an hour, right? It feels well over 100,000 gems an hour, but I don't know how much over. Even 100,000 gems an hour would put me at what 2.4 million gems a day, which would be an improvement on a 24-hour farm over my 8 jump. But I think we're probably higher than that. What we got? Let's see what this one is, and then we'll make a tweak on the next one. 1 minute 20, that said. That said 1 minute 20. We have way too many stacks still. So, no, we're not using her. We needed... What can we do with him? Homebrew? Maybe? 80% homebrew? What's our homebrew doing? EO6? Could be a lot. That could be too much. Let's try it. Let's try it. That could be too much. Let's do it. I mean, look, if we're not breaking it at some point, then we're not really testing it, right? You don't just test and then I get like you find the breaking point and then you back off. It's not like you're wrecking a car or a plane or something. Just a gem farm. It's fine. Shaved off a half a second with that feed. This is how this is like how F1 people talk about things. Half a second is a lot. Oh my god. You could shave a half a second off your lap. That's some big time. That's some real big time. 435 is still good. We're still good. So let's see. See where we end up. J-Dog, I know what you're saying, but I read that wrong. Probably close to 150,000 minimum is what you were saying. But the way I read that was probably close to 150,000 a minute is what my head first processed that as. In a race over the weekend, I had a gut check that a pit stop was slow, and it was 1.5 seconds longer than it should have been. That's slow. That is. I mean, like in Formula One, a pit stop should be 2 seconds. But 2.2 is fine. 2.5? What did you screw up? What, 3.5? Oh my god. Like there was a big, like it was like 1.5 second extra pit stop over the weekend. And it was like, oh, he's not getting that time back. Yeah. Glacial pace in the pit lane. It really is. Yeah. Okay, we were fine. 451. I just wanted to make sure that we're still in the fine range. Oh my god. 450 stacks. 450 stacks is nothing. Yeah, you do. Yeah. Watching it, you just like, no, this is taking too long. Yeah. You get attuned to it. But that's kind of the thing you learn by watching Formula One is like, you know what? If you're not pushing it to the limit, if you don't almost wreck. And sometimes you do wreck. But that means you were really looking for it, or randomness happens. Sometimes randomness happens, but if you're really hunting for that edge, you may very well wreck your car. And it's like, well, sorry. It's like, all right, well, you know, as long as you're okay. Because they know. They know. The teams know. Well, that's what you got to do. You know, you just don't want to do it all the time. Right? I see this is a minute 21. So I think we're to the point where it almost doesn't, like these changes to tighten this up really aren't affecting the run time. We'll watch again. But I was watching a different race. I was watching a docu-series on the Mazda MX-5 Cup in the US. And got so mad. This one driver, her dad was absolutely just being a jerk. Like, that was unacceptable. I can't believe that. It's just unacceptable at this level of racing. That she caught a curb a little too hard and it threw her off the track. And she wrecked the car. And it's like, I was just like, well, okay, now she knows not to hit that curb that hard. Why are you being such a jerk about it? Her dad was the worst. She needs to like fire her dad. Her dad is also her manager, and it's like, no. You need a dad and a manager, and those things need to be separate. Your dad is horrible. You do not need your dad telling you suck at things. That was 119. So we're very much in kind of a, it could go a second, like plus or minus a second off of 120. So it feels like we're in the 80-second run range. Oh, there's a flame card. Can we get another flame card? I think this is where now, for the last couple of minutes of the stream, yeah, I'm gonna pull the flame card or the gem card off Eliwick. Unfortunately, there's not a flame. Like, draw a flame. which is an oversight. See, I need to get on that. No. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what it's done. Is it rude to say I'd like to see the dad take that corner? No, I mean, here's the thing: is this is why he thinks he can be an ass. He used to be a race car driver too, and it's like it's very much he's trying to get his wish live vicariously through his daughter, and he's pushing her and like for his own good feelings, and it's bad. I could tell it multiple times. Like she would make statements, and I'm thinking that's not her talking, that's her dad. And then later on in the behind the scenes interviews, she's like, yeah, my dad and I talked about this, and he said this, and I was like, oh, I already knew that. Yeah, vicarious dadding. Yeah, it's bad. Don't vicarious dad, folks. Don't do it. Or mom. Yeah, there's a flame. Give me more flames. I am the fire start. Nope, we still got 2 gems. We still ended up with 3 gems. Yeah, because the thing is, Sargota, what really upset me about that was that her, basically her engineer, like you want to call it that, but the person in her ear during the races, amazingly super supportive. And the head of the team, even in that accident, was like, well, I mean, sometimes, like he was saying what I said, it happens. You just, you got to move on with it and blah, blah, blah. Very supportive of her, thinks she had tons of talent. The dad just like, absolutely not. Absolutely not. And then the end of the season, you find out that she's switching teams to a different team. Basically, and you can tell it's her dad, because her dad got tired of hearing people tell him, well, no, actually she's doing good, when he's like, this is bad, she needs to improve. He just wants to be somewhere that that's gonna stroke his ego, even though he's not the driver. It's such a different world though, because MX5 racing, the drivers pay to race. They pay to get on a team, and they pay if they wreck the car, they pay to fix it. It's not like Formula One where the drivers are getting paid. So, wild. Some wild stuff. I didn't even get any flames. I pulled the gem card out to try to get more flame cards, and we're not getting any flames. Oh well. We'll see. Well, it doesn't matter. This isn't going to give us any data that we don't already have. I'll leave it hovering, and we'll see if it's consistently being around 120. How many stacks did we have left? 55. This is cutting it close. Yeah, 120. Gonna reset. So yeah, currently we're just like plus or minus 1. I don't know that there's an improvement here in terms of trying to minimize the stacks we're gaining. If this is going to come faster, then it's adding another champion or removing a champion, as odd as that might sound. It feels like those are the only options. Because remember, we have a fully streamlined core. It's just speed effects right now. Just 2 speed effects. It's the extra credit on kill. No. It's the extra spawn speed. Extra credit on kills wouldn't get us anything. It's the extra spawn speed, and it's the extra like zoom potion speed. I get my number of mob kills down to 12. BBEG with the feet. It's just BBEG with the feet. He needs the feet. Or it's higher. The feet is what, yeah, it's 120. The feet is what makes him a better speed champion than Nahara. You don't have the feet. Nahara is the better speed champ in the same seat. And that's the railroad feat, the skipping ahead. So it doubles the effect. Doubles the effect. Oh, give me another. Dang it. Like, give me another flame. Is the feat a gem purchase or a gold chest? That's a good question. Hold on. Skipping ahead. 50,000 gems. 50,000 gems. So you can just buy it. I just had to check the guide. I list that all off in the guides. I probably bought it for 50K on the other account, and then I promptly forgot because that's how my brain works. I'm not insulting you. I'm describing you. That's, I say that sometimes. That's my line. Well, aren't you ignorant? Don't insult me. I'm not insulting you. I'm describing it. That actually the flames seemed to slow us down. Which doesn't seem right. We went to 122 with a flame card. Yeah, Taylor, that's why I make them, because my brain forgets too. So I make them so I can go reference them myself. And then I just share them because I already made them. Like, that was literally how my guide started. Back when I was playing Warhammer Online, Age of Reckoning, there was so much information that I was trying to hunt down so that I could be a little more optimal with my play. And because I had to go collect it all, I was like, well, I may as well just post this online and share it with people. Especially their events. They would run events, and their events would run over the weekend, and like everybody's weekend time is precious. So I would make guides to events so that people could know, like, are there any tricks to this? Is there an easy way to get this stuff? Like, and I would just put that kind of stuff in the guides, and they could, plow through stuff real quickly. They didn't have a lot of time. I wasn't watching the timer on that one. That's my bad. Oh, okay. Fire. Ugh. No, I didn't ask you to moon me. Light me on fire. Light me on fire, gem mommy? Is that what we're doing for a living? We could really get in here. Lurking Rider, you would know this information more than I, but are there certain skins that are more frame rate optimal on these champions? Because that also might get us more gems. This is where our friends with playing on potatoes can actually help smooth out gem farms. No skins is optimal, less things to load. Skinless is the best way to go. It's the way I eat my chicken. That was 18 seconds. So the two flames sped us up. Did it mess up ours? 500 stacks, so still good. So actually, the flames speed us up, but we're earning fewer gems if there's more flame cards out, right? Okay, I think we're fine. I'm gonna put the gem card back in. Save this. Jumpy familiars take more frames than stationary ones. Oh, like the bouncy, like these two that are kind of flapping around. Yeah, probably. I was getting a lot of gem cards without the feet. Yeah. So let's see if we change. We throw the All Mirage down here. And oh, the Chewinga. And we save it with that. Then we go back to Skinless Alleyway. Oh no, I'm not taking the pirate skins off the people with pirate skins. So no, this is fine. In fact, no, she's on random. It's fine. Honestly, we can just stick that there. Yeah, this will be fun. I don't know why I'm saving that. That doesn't affect skins. Doesn't affect skins. And the baby Quaddle, I was really mad. You got to send in like tickets. If you can see frame rate changes from a single familiar changing the way your game is functioning, you got to send in tickets so they can fix that. At some point, maybe they can sit down and try to optimize that. Great. See, now we're back to 21 seconds. So, all right, folks. I think we're good. I think I'm going to leave this 330,000, technically 380,000 because I bought a feat. So 380,000 gems in testing over a 4-hour period, and we weren't even testing the whole time. So this is solid. Next, we need to shrink the resolution. That's not happening. That's not happening. Thanks for hanging out. I'll be back tomorrow with some Sir Whoop-Ass Immortal Death. Yes, that's something I just said with a serious face. Come join us. And then Wednesday, event stuff. That reminds me, I'm going to have to do my event stuff, I guess, for the other account tonight because I forgot. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. Have a good night.